All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Chuck for Options. All right, it is the morning session, Monday, 11:10. I'm sorry, I have a pain in my back that I've been having the past couple of days, and it is really bothering me. Um, so I'm sorry about that. You're gonna hear me wincing in pain all day. Ugh. Last week was a big rug pull. Mm. What a difference that was. We got to stay we got to stay tuned to Trump. It's all about Trump. He's coming in to tame these markets as much as possible. Oh. Mm. Hmm. Eating 137. Oh God! When I went to the bathroom last week, that was crazy. As soon as I go to the bathroom, the whole market, and I wasn't even looking at my phone at that time. All right, here we go. All right. Well, this is last week's data. Mm. Wow. All right. So we had consumer sentiment at 10. Trump came later at 11. Got to be careful with that. Those were our highs and lows. We are out of this. Gaps range. We're going to keep that right there. Mm. All right. Here we go. All right. We have the notes and everything done. We had a high 671, low 661. Today we are going to attack that 671 print. That's going to be the first trade. So we're going to see if we're going to fill the gap or we're going to keep going. All those contracts blown out the water. Blown out the water. I had some shorts, admittedly, coming into today. I could have been early. 11 o'clock. They're going to do more voting for the government being shut down, but it sounds like they're trying to push a lot of positive sentiment into this government shutdown. Well, again, good morning. It's 11:10. I'm sorry. Yeah, October 10th, 2025. It is 9:21. All right, this was easy enough. We are going to get ready for today. So we are going to look for a couple moves. I mean, of course, the gap to fill to the downside. I think that's too easy. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't know. I don't think they're going to do that. We got to see what time it is. 11 o'clock is the data, big data point. I think that was under the radar data point. 11. Yeah. 11 a.m. data. So we want to be careful for that. I think that's the voting. Let's see if we can find some more news. I'm sorry if I'm quiet. My body is like really hurting. I'm trying to go to the doctor. Mm. Oh, God. I'll be right back. I can use the restroom. I am back. All right, we have about 20 seconds. Um, Today we had a really big gap up. I wouldn't suggest going crazy today. Maybe until later on. Huge gap up, like there's almost a 50-point gap up. So be careful. And ding ding, ding ding. I gotta get a massage. And gap all the way open. $671. That's fine. I think we're gonna worry about those. We might just rip and go, but even though these contracts are only up 100, 200%, so that's not even a big deal. We may just rip and go, do a little bit more. That's what it's looking like. Two minutes? This is a long ass 2 minutes. Oh my God. A long 2 minutes. All right, so if we do go to fill the gap today, it's going to be right down here, 671 area. So, but let's see what they decide to do. We can do what we did last week. We can go all pretty much all sessions, stay above print, and then towards the end of the day, crash down into the puts because there's an imbalance on the puts. So there's a lot of different options that we have. We just got to watch it and be careful. There's a good chance we don't move much today. So I went in, and tomorrow is a banking holiday. That's the big part I wanted to tell anyone watching. So if you have any cash, like I'm a cash account, any cash I use today, there's a good chance it won't be settled for tomorrow. Man, my left side is killing me. All right, so we're pushing to the upside. And so far right now, the market's a big seesaw. Now, the data point that I have is at 11. Let's check out the economic calendar. Oh, that's earnings. No. I mean, there we go. Monday. Did I put the 11th for today's date? I think, my gosh, how did I mess up today's date? What did I put on my notebook? I put the 11th. You gotta be kidding me. That was last night. All right, today's the 10th. I gotta change it on the stream too. 9:45. A speaker. No, nothing. This is 10 of the. So that was our 10 o'clock data. So if we don't have this 10 o'clock data, we have 11 o'clock data. So we're going to get a data point before all this. We're going to get a data point. So right, they're going to push it. So I think I want to make my play today. I could easily be wrong, but we're going to let this do its thing. Because that's a huge gap up. I mean, they could just be expecting everyone to think the same thing, to think that. What a mind fuck. What a mind fuck. Even then, they didn't go up much. This was up a little bit. I think they're going to give. We're going to wait. We're going to be really patient today. We're going to be really patient today. There's a lot of bullishness going on right now. A lot of above print. You see everyone above print, so far. Above print, above print, above print, above print. That's huge. She's got coming $6.98. That's $3 above print, above print. So sometime today or tomorrow, this thing is going to come right back down. Look at this. Everyone is above print right now. What's this? Berkshire higher way, halfway down. Nvidia. Well, you see, now when it comes to trading, there's an obvious move, and then you got the money move. They try and trick you. They say, look at this, and then they're doing this in the other hand. This could be what this gap fill is, because it's an obvious gap up. It looks like an obvious gap up. I mean, but gap up trying to go down to the downside, but it looks like if this is just a gap and go, I might want to just be there. It's the UVIX. When this go up, this is going to go down. This is going up. This is staying flat. The UVIX. So this is something else going on. They aren't even. This is on the one. This is on the one. This isn't even really coordinating. Outthere is moving. That's a big gap right there. They're doing a vote at 11. We got to find more out about this because 11 o'clock is going to be that pivot point. 11 o'clock or the pivot point. Trump. We need to find out more about this housing. Government shutdown. All right, we're gonna let that do what it does. Yeah, they're gonna probably just let this go. All right, so we're gonna probably go until about maybe like 11 o'clock, 11:30. So I would say look out for that. We're gonna have to look out for that. I think we're gonna run. They're gonna let it run because we don't have no data today. We don't have no data points. They have to put something in there because they're just not gonna let this market just do what it wants to do. It's all about control. Everything is gapped up. Keep a big eye on that because that matters. Everything is gapped up. All right, we're gonna mark this high day right here because we kept going. So we have high day 9:48. I think it ticked 9:48 high day. All right, so we ran it up. Monday. Oh, Monday 9:48. 48 high day. High day 679.20. All right, so that was a good data point. High going down. All right, so all right, we're hitting our 10 a.m. time point too. Here we go. All right, we are going down. So the big thing that I wanted to do was we just want to really mark these the right way. Like they're not going to make it easy. So if this thing goes down until 11:30, I would see the real reversal come through because they're going to go down, fill this gap, and go hit more of the upside. It depends on what they're going to do with this vote. VP Vance meets with veterans at Walter Reed Hospital. All right, so I have the thing right here on Congress so we can see what's happening with these. Uh, let's move in a little bit. The UVIX. Ugh, I'm gonna stretch. Maybe that'll help. Well, good morning, guys. Get your morning stretch in. Oh man. So the game plan, well, not game plan. Well, yeah, I guess game plan. You know, we're looking for the SPY to fill the gap. Um, and then we're looking to buy puts as, I mean, calls on the way back up as the gap fill. So that's what I'm looking for. You know, I'm playing what's in front of me, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. You know, but I do know, ooh, they go back to voting today. I think the soonest the government can open, I think like Thursday. Ooh, was that a big time frame? No, that was 58. Big green on 58. Going into 10. Mm. Mm. Oh man. It's going to be really important if they break the 679.20. And they're looking to attack it. Mm. They broke it. No, no, not yet. They're attacking it. Mm. That's second rejection. Let's see what happens. Well, we can't call it a rejection yet. Let's get a couple more candles. I'm looking at all the like the Mag 7, everything gapped up. Of course, everything is gapped up. You know, so that's a lot of exuberance. All right, so okay, so that's a confirmed rejection. I'm okay with that rejection, counting it as a rejection. All right, so that's the second denial up there, uh, going to the top. We got to keep an eye on Nvidia and Apple. Those are two heavyweights. I think two of the heaviest weights in the S&P. Right now, we see Nvidia up there, stand above print. The SPY is up 1%, like pre-flop, you know, pre-market. So it's like I think that's a data point, actually. I guess we can call that resistance. What can we call that? A failed pattern. What is this? What can we call this? Rejection. Rejection to the up. This is pretty much jerky jerk. That's a jerky jerk. No, this is a rejection, not a jerky jerk. This is a rejection at 10 a.m. Uh, rejection. I hate acronyms. You know what? I'm not going to do that. Put back. I'm not going to miss 2 letters. Like, what the fuck? It's 2 letters. Rejection. All right, so we had the 10 a.m. rejection. High day, going down, rejection. Oh, is that you? No. Um,
We have always been open to finding solutions to reduce the oppressive costs of healthcare under the Unaffordable Care Act. We just made clear that we would not and should not ever do that, that is, negotiate as hostages. And I've also reminded you here every morning at this press conference throughout the shutdown, Republicans have not just been talking about reducing costs and fraud and abuse in so many areas and in healthcare. We've been actually passing new laws to accomplish that urgent mission for the people, and we will continue to do so. So here's where we are by way of schedule, just so you know, you're following. And if you're not at home, if you're waking up to this good news this morning, the Senate's vote late last night of 60 to 40 opens the door now. The Senate is moving forward on an amended House CR, a continuing resolution, that will reopen the government until January 30th. Added to that are provisions to fully fund SNAP provisions through the end of the next fiscal year, which is September 2026, guaranteed back pay for all federal workers who have been made to endure these hardships over the last several weeks. And it also includes passage of 3 appropriations bills, which we're grateful to be moving through the process. That is the Military Construction Veterans Affairs bill, it's the Agriculture bill, and the Legislative Branch bill. The Senate will be back in session this morning to finish their job, and we're certainly praying that they do. They'll need unanimous consent from all senators to fast-track their final vote. As you know, there's some procedural hurdles that one or more could throw in the way, but we certainly hope that they won't do that because so many people across this country are desperate for the government to reopen. At the very moment that they do that final vote, I will call all House members to return to Washington as quickly as possible. We'll give a 36-hour formal and official notice so that we can vote as soon as possible to pass the amended CR bill and get it to the president's desk. As you all know, and he said as recently as last night, I was with him, and he told the press, he said, we want to get the government open. He's very anxious to get the government reopened and to end the Schumer shutdown. We all are. With regard to the travel challenges, I spoke yesterday at some length with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, my former colleague and good friend, and he lamented the serious situation that we have with air travel in the U.S. He's bent over backwards, as all members of the administration and the cabinet have done in all of their areas of jurisdiction, to try to keep the government working for the people and to mitigate the pain and the harm. But the problem we have with air travel is that our air traffic controllers are overworked and unpaid, and many of them have called in sick. That's a very stressful job, and even more stressful exponentially when they're having trouble providing for their families. And so air travel has been grinding to a halt in many places. And as of Sunday, nearly half of all domestic flights and U.S. flights were either canceled or delayed. And it's a very serious situation. So I'm saying that by way of reminder. I'm stating the obvious to all my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats in the House. You need to begin right now returning to the Hill. We have to do this as quickly as possible. Now, we look forward to the government reopening this week so Congress can get back, to a regular legislative session. We have a lot of business to do, as you all know, and we will be working in earnest. There'll be long days and long nights here for the foreseeable future to make up for all this lost time that was imposed upon us. I want to close with something that's important. I think it's important to say that this is genuine. I mean this sincerely. We applaud the 7 Senate Democrats and 1 independent senator who did the right thing. They decided to put principle over their personal politics. And my urgent plea of all my colleagues in the House, and that means every Democrat in the House, is to think carefully, pray, and finally do the right thing and help us to bring an end to the pain of the American people. This has gone on too long. Too many people have suffered, and it's long overdue. That's the update I wanted to give you this morning. There are probably lots of questions, but I'm going to get a lot of my own questions answered later today, so stay tuned for more. Thanks so much.
All right, very brief comments there from House Speaker Mike Johnson. I also wanted to share this vantage point here with you. As you can see, all of the media following there, trying to get some additional comments from Speaker Johnson, filing out of the room. A little bit later, we are going to be hearing from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries there as well. So we're going to bring you those comments when we do get them on live now from Fox. Once again, just another vantage point there, as we did just see House Speaker Johnson exiting after those brief comments. What I wanted to also share with you here right now, though, is we are hearing from the NATCA president right now, speaking on air travel amid the government shutdown. Let's head over there.
Every single day. The added stress leads to fatigue. The fatigue has led to the erosion of safety and the increased risk every day that this shutdown drags on. If you want to know what the real fallout of this shutdown is, it's not a budget line. It is the smallest and the most dangerous shift of all. When the most disciplined safety workforce in America is forced to think about survival instead of public safety. This is the cost. This is not theoretical. It is happening now, in real families, in real control rooms, in real time. Now, history will remember who is responsible for the shutdown. The public and media will debate who won. But we all know who carried the weight of it and who has to pick up the pieces when it finally ends. It's us, the federal workforce that has been the rope in this game of tug of war. Now, let me be clear. Not just air traffic controllers and aviation safety professionals or federal employees. No American should ever be forced to work without a paycheck. To not pay someone for the work that they have performed is un-American, and failing to pay that workforce that keeps our sky safe is not acceptable, and it is not sustainable. We embrace the responsibility we hold and the trust we are given. This past weekend, air traffic controllers ensured that over 7.3 million passengers arrived on time, arrived safely, and flying over 113,000 flights. And they all arrived safely at their destinations. They did this despite continuing to operate with 3,800 fewer fully certified controllers than the system requires. And this is not a new issue. NACA has been advocating for increased controller staffing for more than a decade. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy recognized this concern and implemented plans to supercharge controller hiring and modernize the air traffic control system. Well, we've shared the same vision. We also thank him for his outspoken support of air traffic controllers and for ending this shutdown. The effects of this shutdown have real consequences for hardworking, patriotic American workers. Last Friday, we delivered over 1,600 handwritten letters from our members to the congressional offices expressing the hardship that they are experiencing.
679.20.
These are not statistics.
But it's
These are the lives of people who keep this country moving. One of our members recently moved from Alaska to Illinois and is in training at her new facility. Her husband of 20 years is a 5-time combat veteran who has 45 documented explosions and 7 direct hits in his service record. He returned from Iraq and Afghanistan with a traumatic brain injury diagnosis and 100% permanent and total service-related disability.
Okay.
Consequently, she is the single source of income for her family.
11:10.
Their son just graduated from Navy A school, 4th in his class, but they could not afford to attend his graduation. She's plagued by financial insecurity, and in addition to training at her new facility, she has sold plasma twice, started delivering for DoorDash, and recently took a part-time job on her regularly scheduled days off or day off. A NACA member in Nebraska pays a $2,800 copay for a specialty medication to treat his wife's autoimmune disorder and prevent it from becoming crippling. After a month without pay, he's unsure how he's going to pay for the basic living expenses and his wife's medical needs. We've heard from recent graduates of the air traffic control training in Oklahoma. They are resigning and cannot begin this challenging new career without a paycheck. We've heard from other air traffic controllers that are struggling to find ways to pay for gas and to get to and from work, while others are struggling to pay for childcare so they can go to work. These are real people. They're real Americans, and they are facing real problems. They deserve better, and they absolutely deserve their pay. The aviation safety professionals we represent are doing everything they can to continue to show up and deliver America's passengers and cargo safely to their destinations. Congress must act immediately and end the government shutdown and ensure that all individuals who have not been paid during this prolonged closure receive their compensation. Enough is enough. Now, thank you, and I'll be happy to take your questions along with Amy and Jonathan. Go ahead.
Even if Congress strikes a deal to end this government shutdown, how soon do you think you'll have enough air traffic controllers back working to avoid the cancellations and delays that we're seeing?
Well, air traffic controllers are showing up every day right now, day in and day out, doing an amazing job that they can. What we're going to have to find out is how many actually resigned, how many retired due to this shutdown, and truly started assessing all the different impacts that this shutdown's had. Yes.
Do you have a sense of how many recent graduates have resigned already?
We only have reports. I've talked to Secretary Duffy. We knew over last week it was 4 to 5 that had already resigned and growing by the day. Go ahead.
Hi, Ali from Bloomberg News here. I wanted to ask if obviously there's a deal right now that's being worked through Congress, hopefully passes. But if that's passed, when's the soonest that controllers would get paid?
We don't have the exact timetables because we don't know when the government will fully, give him just a moment, make sure he's okay. All right. We don't know when the government fully opens up and what the pay schedules will look like. All I can reference is what happened in 2019, and it took air traffic controllers approximately 2 to 2.5 months to be able to be made whole from all of their compensation. They'll receive some early on compensation based off of previous pay, but then going back in air traffic controllers, then having to weed through paycheck after paycheck to see where they compensated for all the time that was missed. Yes, sir.
Secretary Duffy yesterday said DOD had offered military air traffic controllers to him, but he was unsure if he could use them for the civilian airspace. What's the status of this idea? What has NACA heard from DOD?
We haven't directly engaged with it, but air traffic controllers across the country go through a rigorous training process. They're highly skilled, highly trained, and that would take quite some time to have anyone else control the airspace that FAA controllers do in a day out.
And is NACA's understanding that the FAA-ordered flight cuts to 40 airports will continue to be phased in and ramped up this week despite the deal in the Senate?
Administrator Bedford and Secretary Duffy would be the ones to determine if that process is going to move forward. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hi, Tom Costello with NBC News. Assuming, and hopefully you all do receive a paycheck quickly, assuming that the shutdown ends, how long will it take for your workforce, for your controllers, to feel like they've got their head clear, that they're back in the game, that they're able to go in and not have that distraction? In other words, is there a residual lag time before your controllers truly are back, feeling like they're back in the game and able to concentrate solely on the job?
Yeah, this is one of the worlds where this shutdown isn't a light switch. It's not just on and it's not just off. Air traffic controllers have to go in and be perfect every single day. And they know, based on what is in the current bill, that January 30th will loom around the corner. Being made whole and being able to be back up is knowing that every shutdown that you could possibly be the political pawn never puts controllers completely at ease, but getting them paid is the priority so they can live their lives and ensure that they have the proper compensation. It's the right step in the right direction. Whatever it takes to open this government and pay our members is what's needed right now. And we'll have to continue dealing with the fallouts and what the stress, added stress and pressure that this has caused. Go ahead.
Dave Shepardson from Reuters. The Secretary said that the safety data has been going in the wrong direction and suggested that controllers are making more mistakes, they're fatigued, either with the runway separation, ground incursions, and so on. They also cited reports that pilots filed. Have you seen this data? Do you think that's accurate, that controllers are not performing as well as they did pre-shutdown?
I haven't seen the data specifically, but I can tell you every day that this shutdown it goes on, that an air traffic controller had to survive 41 days with financial insecurity, that it leads to added stress, frustration, pressures where air traffic controllers cannot be 100% focused on their job. They're not a political pawn. They shouldn't be used as a rope in this game, and they know it. They feel it, and absolutely, every day that this drags on, that we have to worry about the stress and the pressure on them. For a workforce that has to go in and be 100% of the time, there is no world where it just operates the same and smoothly when people aren't receiving pay. So it's something that concerns us. It's something we've been speaking about, and it's something that's been real since day one of this shutdown. Go ahead.
Karen Jordan from the New York Times. Can I ask two?
Absolutely.
Okay, first one. We're obviously in the midst right now of ramping up these flight restrictions at the 40 airports. We don't know if that's going to continue on or not, but is that something that's actually making an appreciable difference or would make an appreciable difference at a certain threshold for the controllers, as Secretary Duffy has said he's trying to do?
Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bedford will have to review what each and every one of those restrictions does and what it looks like, and are they getting the results they see. Air traffic controllers show up to do our job day in and day out. One plane or every plane in the sky, we're going to do everything we can to ensure the safety of the American flying public, and the administration will have to determine what that looks like. But I can say that we have made it very clear that every day that this shutdown was to go, that's going to be an increased risk in the system. When there's increased risk in a system, there's only one way, there's two ways that you can handle it. One is open the government and paying the air traffic controllers and the aviation safety professionals. Two is you have to look at the capacity of the airspace and how many flights that air traffic controllers are handling every single day.
And the second one is just, I know at the beginning of the shutdown, you were very clear about saying, warning members, don't try to do any sort of organized action, that would be illegal. There have been a couple of air towers facilities that have had a very large number of people calling out at the same time. Secretary Duffy highlighted Atlanta yesterday, 1522. We've seen that happen in Newark, Chicago, Los Angeles at times during the shutdown. What's your explanation for what's going on there? Are there small organized actions happening, or is there another explanation for why we see these concentrations of a lot of controllers in one space not having absences of listening?
We absolutely do not condone any or support any level of a organized action. There are no organized actions going on. If there are issues in this system that are resulting from the shutdown, they have to be determined and discussed and addressed by the FAA every single time that something like this goes on. What our members are facing are issues, right? We use the term call in sick so loosely with the federal workforce that are the accepted employees that have to show up. They're facing real issues. We have letter after letter talking about the impacts this shutdown that it's having on them, that they can't pay for gas to get to work, that we have trainees that have moved hundreds if not thousands of miles across the country to the highest cost of areas of living and now can't even afford to go to work, or they can't afford the child care to come into work. That is real. And it's not something that can be looked at, or it's not something that can be diagnosed, because it's going to be moving around the country, different people, different shifts, different issues in their life every single time. And speaking about that, I did want to give Amy a chance to speak about just those pressures right there. She comes from a dual, both her and her husband work for the FAA, and what that's kind of caused. So Amy, if you'd like to address that.
So my husband and I are both air traffic controllers. Now having missed 2 paychecks, that uncertainty and that financial strain is becoming unbearable. It's now a dinner time conversation with my kids on prioritizing bills. Yesterday, my kids asked me how long we could stay in our house.
You guys are making money.
Having to answer that question was
There's
heartbreaking.
no way.
But it's not just us that's dealing with
You
that.
living
That
paycheck to
stress,
paycheck.
that uncertainty, that
That's
fear is being felt among thousands of air traffic control families across the nation.
Thank you.
Amy, can I just ask you while you're still there, can you speak a little bit more about the personal stress and what this is doing to you and to your family? You mentioned a little bit there, but just every single day going to work with this hanging over you, what have you had to
The
juggle?
two of you are bringing in at least $1.50.
Or putting gas in your car or diapers. Can you talk
At least $1.50.
Absolutely. So we work in an environment that requires that 100% focus and presence. And then having to have those conversations at home with your family, with your kids, explaining that, hey, Christmas might look a little bit different this year, right? That's difficult on the family. That adds a stress that we've never had to deal with in the past.
IRA, you got money.
So when you walk into an
borrow
operation and you know your coworkers have taken a second job, they're up till midnight driving Uber because they can't pay their bills. Everyone's questioning if they can pay their mortgage. I have coworkers who cannot pay for childcare. So now they have to figure out how they're going to come into work.
They chose the wrong example.
That uncertainty, that fear creates a distraction that no air traffic controller should have to carry when we're ensuring the safety of the flying public. But that being said, we are 100% committed to our jobs. Every flight that we handle is our #1 priority, and the safety of that flight. We just want to do the work that we love, continue serving the flying public, but not have to question how we're going to pay bills and make ends meet.
Thank you. Did I miss somebody back here? Go ahead. I'll come right over here next.
Sarah Foster, CBS News. You talked about this in a couple different ways, but I'm just curious, as we're approaching the possibility of the government shutdown ending today, do you see a world in which we see less staffing triggers and staffing improves by the end of this week, or do you think that is going to continue to carry on as this, kind of peters out?
I think we've seen a shutdown go longer than any time in history, and every single day it's presenting a new challenge. You can't predict what the issues are, because, again, if the shutdown is to end tomorrow, controllers still haven't been paid yet. They're still facing those issues. While the rest of America will get to go on, and that will no longer be the headline or the news headline, it's still real for them. So we're going to have to continue working through the issues, and our focus is it's not ended. Even though that there is a new, a new light at the end of the tunnel, we'll call it that, every single day, an air traffic controller is still facing the issues that they had yesterday, and they're getting worse every single day. So we will continue to work with the administration, we'll continue to fight for it, and we'll continue showing up to work to ensure the safety of the American flying public, and we will do everything to get it back fully on track. But it should show that a government shutdown is not sustainable, and in no way should air traffic controllers ever be used as a political pawn in the process.
Reagan National Friday had the most cancellations, according to the FAA, was because of staffing. Just to clarify, is that just people calling out sick? Is that people can't afford to go to work? Is it, in a way, protest? Is it a combination of that?
Yeah. Just so everyone knows, before the shutdown, air traffic controllers got sick. During the shutdown, air traffic controllers get sick. After the shutdown ends, air traffic controllers will get sick. And DCA is an extremely low staff facility. That every day that they show up, they are already starting well below what they should. So 1 to 2 persons being gone, whether that they had to take medication for, Benadryl for the allergy season that's going on. They can't work that day. They have a stringent requirement to show up to work fit and ready for duty. That could be the added stresses and pressures of it. Every person is dealing with a different level, of financial stability or instability. So some of those issues may be real, but again, it just goes to show how fragile this system is, and putting this additional stress and pressure on it, we're going to see that level of issues that we have to contend with.
One more question. Could Jonathan say something also?
Yeah, I'm going to, by all means, here in just a moment.
I was just going to ask, kind of following up on that, in terms of, what are you seeing as kind of the most vulnerable areas in terms of where the staffing triggers are hitting the most? And are you seeing, like in the New York area, of course, where we're seeing a lot of these staffing triggers, is that because of the same reason as DC, where they're already sort of short-staffed? And so
this country is short-staffed right now. We're 3,800 certified professional controllers short. 91% of our facilities do not have the proper staffing. Over 41% of our facilities work a mandatory 6-day work week, 10-hour days. That is what you're getting to see day in and day out, is how few controllers actually run this system to keep it moving at what they do, and they should be lauded for the work that has been done. And now getting to see the disruptions that it causes to lose one or two absolutely proves why the long-term commitment to the hiring and training of the next generation of air traffic controllers is needed now more than ever, and why this shutdown has to end. But I do, speaking about the recruitment, the retention, the bringing in of new air traffic controllers, Jonathan has several trainees at his facility, recently attended a career day affair as well. I'd like him to speak a little bit about that and the impacts of the shutdown. Jonathan?
Thank you. Yeah, the impacts of the shutdown are real. In my facility, we're a training facility. We send people to the bigger and larger facilities. We're an influx. They come in, they get out. And now we have guys who are, they're all Gen Z. They're 23, they're 24. They're living with their parents already. They can't afford to live on their own already. And this has just made the situation 10 times worse. I had a career fair 3 days ago. I've done it for years. It's high school students, 9th and 10th grade year olds coming to learn about air traffic. We're very popular. This was the first year I didn't have answers to their questions. The kinds of things they were asking us, why we should do this job, what are we looking for in the future, were things I didn't want to say. I told them how wonderful the job is, how great we are, how dedicated we are to the career field, how dedicated we are to our community, and how dedicated we are to each other, and that's what we're doing. And that's why we're still here.
Nick, I have real quick, so quick. So on Halloween, we saw 80% of the controllers.
Thank you, brother.
Nick, on Halloween, we saw 80% of the controllers at New York's not show up. And the administrator said 20 to 40% of controllers at any given day are not showing up at the 30 largest airports. Do you think sort of the controllers hit a breaking point at that point? Like, what do you think accounts for the significant increase in outages over the last, say, 10 days or whatever?
Well, let's be clear. That statistic, I don't know it to be true. About 80%. When you only have 4 controllers and you have 2 of them that can't make it to work, you're at 50%. Some of our facilities have only 3 or 4 controllers on a shift, day in and day out. You've seen the delays that are because of it, but now you're just getting to see it nationwide when people are missing it. The true issue is people not getting paid. That's the issue. And the only solution to it is ending the shutdown and ensuring that they receive the compensation and pay that they rightfully deserve. There is no world that exists where you can't pay people and run the system the same. Issues are going to crop up. They're going to crop up across the country. And the absence of 1 or 2 controllers, it's not a matter of breaking them. It's a matter of them being fit and ready for duty and being able to show up and do the amazing job that they do day in and day out to serve the American public. They are the unsung heroes. They are the American patriots that Secretary Duffy talks about, and they are doing everything they can to hold this system together and be out there serving the American public during these trying times. But 41 days without pay is unacceptable.
Really quick, in the last 2 minutes, President Trump posted on Truth Social, very long, so I'll just read part of it. All air traffic controllers must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially, quote, docked. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take any time off the Democrat shutdown hoax, I will be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country. Just came out. Any initial response to that?
Listen, I'll take anything that recognizes these hardworking men and women, but we'll work with the administration on any issues that are out there. Air traffic controllers have continued to show up during this shutdown. They've endured the longest shutdown in American history, and every single day, they absolutely not only deserve their pay, they deserve to be recognized for what's going on. So we'll work with the administration through it. We'll work through the issues that are going on, and we want, just like the rest of the American people want, this shutdown to end. The frustrations that are out there are real, and we share them because we're frustrated with the process as well. Again, air traffic controllers should not be the political pawn during a government shutdown.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, for that. Some of you have requested pull-asides. Let's discuss those, and we'll take care of that. But thank you for that. That's the end of the press conference.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
We were just listening in there as the Association for Air Traffic Controllers was discussing air travel amid the ongoing government shutdown. And before we step away for a break, I did want to share these 4 live looks from various airports around the United States. You have Hartsfield-Jackson, Seattle, Nashville, and St. Louis, as many flights continue to either be delayed or canceled because of the staffing shortage due to the shutdown. As we were just hearing, many of them calling out sick, and because of that, the already strained resources are being impacted even further. This is going to be the second paycheck that air traffic controllers will miss because of the ongoing shutdown. We are going to step away for that break. We do have some other live events that we want to get to on the other side.
So air traffic control, they got money. They better stop playing. They got 2 people in the same house making that money. Stop. Stop with the cap. Stop with the total cap. Oh, we got a new high. We got a new high. We got a higher high. Higher high, 1029. Higher high, 679. All right, that's mildly bullish. That is mildly bullish. Look at NVIDIA. Jeez, chill, buddy. Save some for the rest of us. Whoa. Go ahead and video. What are you doing, Apple? Let's find Apple. Well, Trump tweet. Yo, Phantom Futures, what's going on? All right, there we go. All right, so we're going to see if they're going to fill the gap or not. What's up, buddy? How'd you trading today? You trade futures or options? Futures is Draco. Oh, Draco. Oh, okay. What's up, bro? We're looking to see if we're gonna go if we're gonna fill the gap or not. And it'd be nice to fill the gap because then we fill the gap, then we can continue up to the upside. All right. All right, 676.39, 52, 1052, 1050, new low of day, low of day, 676.39. All right. All right, so we're going to see if we're going to go for the gap fill. As of recently, we haven't fully been really going through the gap. So we've been hitting a point and then falling back from that point. So we can see what's going to happen. I'm done. Got a little 900 today. That's what's up. All right, my contracts are doing really good. They're some of them at 200%, 150%, 130%. We're making some really good money right now. If you wanted to hear my full thought process, just start at the beginning of the video and you'll hear my idea of what I was going to look for. You know, you got what you want to look for, then you got what's happening, you know, so um this is what I was looking for. All right. All right. We still got more to go. There's NVIDIA. Yeah, we got a lot to go. Mm. All right, I'm selling a lot of my positions. I sold a lot of them before, but this could be just in case. You know, if not, we'll get right back in them. These are at 40%. We'll sell two of these. We'll keep them. You know what? No, that's not worth it, actually. All right, give me some good money. What the hell is in my ear? What the heck was that? Was that mine? Was that me? I just heard something crazy in my ears. $675.24. Mm. I guess we probably bounce here. These are only 25 cents. Oh, we might go up from here. Mm. Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't that used to in this chat. She was looking kind of dumb with a finger. I took a Uber last night and I was talking to the Uber driver about like old school music. He was listening to something, and I figured, he was older and everything. And I said, "You're old," and he started laughing. I said, "Don't worry, I'm old too." And he was 43, and then we just started talking about music and everything. I thought the song we were listening to, I thought that song was a Fred Durst song. Nah, it was this other band, this other group. I was like, sheesh. I always thought that was Fred Durst. That was a jerky jerk. He's so fake. Just fake. God. All right, what time is it? 11:19. Let's see, get some Senate news. I'm listening to a lot of different news outlets. I don't think it'd be pretty to listen to because it's just so much I'm listening to right now. With doves like you, why would she say that? She couldn't even say it with a straight face, and she looked down when she said it. She need to learn how to lie. maybe that's a good quality to have, and not knowing how to lie. All right, we're hitting that support line again. Mm-hmm. Mm. And the Fed is on the 30th, 31st. Another big short. That's crazy. Wow, Burry just called out tickers. That's crazy. All right, it looks like it's wedging down, and we're at support. Mm. What's that? Nvidia. That's not Nvidia. All right, so just like up top, we couldn't bust that, and then we broke down. Is this going to be just a chop fest? $11.27. Mm. Someone said homework for all of us tonight. Watch The Big Short. You can't say that's one of your favorite movies and you only watched it twice. Here go number 3. All right, this is too soon. We didn't retest those lows. I'm still holding my short. You wanna? I have some meat on the bone from it. Mm. Trash. Hello. Does anyone talk in here? No. Oh. Oh, I didn't know because um I'm trading the spy right now, and I just wanted to see what were other people's thoughts on um the spy. $10 a minute. Oh, okay. Yes. Oh no, I just wanted to just get maybe people's thoughts on the downside gap fill, or I don't know, just what's going on. Yeah. Well, I mean, I already did really well on some contracts, and I'm just trying to understand this new spot. It looked like we have a lot of support down here, and we're not breaking it. I don't know if they're going to do the fake out to the downside and and rip it up, or damn near 50 points. Yeah, no, no, I'm not trying to, predict it. I'm just, trying to, just be ready, be there. Yeah, Fridays, pre-market, we had 672 and 666. The high on Friday was 671. So I was thinking maybe but the 671 is of course that gap fill, you know. I keep a journal. Spy, yes, yes. Yes. It's a derivative of a derivative. Yeah. Spy is filling that gap. I mean, Apple. I was looking at the max. Apple, where's Nvidia? Nvidia, no support. Tesla just does whatever it wants to do. I think they're going to crack that. Well, we don't know exactly, but I don't know the point of that. Man, it's live squawk. Sheesh. Man, people are just. All right, so we are at support. Technically, technicals reading bank. Okay, we can still be in a bull market, but overall, we're still going through that. That was crazy. That was huge. That was huge. You know, how did we not come back to about here, 673? So we should maybe just look out for that 673. What is this? SPY. 1 minute, 5 minute, 1 1. Right there. There we go. All right, boom, boom. I think we in the there's Apple. Where is Apple? Hmm? Huh? Huh? Hmm? That's telling the story. So what happened over the weekend? What happened over the weekend? No more tariff stuff. Government shutdown. Support. They just kicked the can down the road. They put that off by a year. This has to fizzle out. You just gotta let the plays play. I think it's time to get some food. Play some Pathabex out for a little bit. I need a massage. All right, I'll be back. Take my phone with me. I'm back. Mic check. Mic check.
Came to Capitol Hill was a 29-year-old named Mariah Plant. She's from rural Wyoming County in West Virginia. Her older brother is nonverbal, autistic, and requires 24-hour care. And Mariah is able to provide that care to her older brother lovingly and affectionately because of Medicaid that Republicans have now cut by the largest amount in American history. Her hospital in rural West Virginia is at risk of closing because of Republican policies in their one big ugly bill. And at the same time, this 29-year-old loving caregiver for her older brother gets her health care from the Affordable Care Act. And it's affordable because of the tax credits that Republicans now want to rip away from her. And so I'm fighting for people like Mariah Plant. Very different than the people that I represent in Brooklyn, New York. But she's an American, just like I represent hundreds of thousands of Americans. And that's what House Democrats are doing. We're fighting for the American people.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Have you spoken to your Democratic colleagues in the Senate who voted to reopen the government? And if so, what do you make of the argument that Republicans would not discuss health care during the shutdown, so they said there's no choice but to vote yes?
I have not spoken to them. Thanks.
Different topic, Mr. Leader, if you don't mind. President Trump announcing widespread pardons for the group of people that were involved in providing alternate electors, as they called it, for the 2020 election. And he also has allegedly received a commutation request from Ghislaine Maxwell. Just wondering about your thoughts about the way the president has handled his pardon power, especially given how critical he was of President Biden.
Well, Donald Trump, in terms of the exercise of his pardon power and commutations, is completely and totally out of control. Like, he can find the time to pardon a serial fraudster like George Santos, but can't find any time to sit down with Democrats on Capitol Hill who represent half the country in order to address the healthcare crisis that Republicans have created. That's devastating people in urban America, rural America, working class America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout America. And so what we're seeing with these toxic pardons and commutations coming from Donald Trump is more of the same. And look, the American people know these extremists on the Republican side have gone too far. And the crazy part about it is that they went too far on day one of Donald Trump's presidency. And it's been downhill ever since. On day one of Donald Trump's presidency, this guy pardons hundreds of violent felons who brutally beat police officers, 140 of whom were seriously injured. Life-threatening injuries in many cases. And then unleash these people on communities all across the country in ways that put those communities at risk. And what we've seen from Donald Trump since day one, since those toxic pardons of those violent individuals, is more of the same. From a person who promised to lower costs on day one, but doesn't give a damn about the American people. And what has taken place over the last 41 days is that the American people have seen Democrats fight for them, fight to make life better for them, fight to drive down the high cost of living for everyday Americans, and fix our broken healthcare system in the face of this overwhelming Republican assault on the healthcare of everyday Americans. And Republicans continue to stand up for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected.
Thank you, Leader.
Yeah, as I've indicated, listen, Leader Schumer and Senate Democrats over the last 7 weeks have waged a valiant fight on behalf of the American people. And I'm not going to explain what a handful of Senate Democrats have decided to do. That's their explanation to offer to the American people. What we're going to continue to do as House Democrats, partner with our allies throughout America, is to wage the fight, to stay in the Coliseum, to win victories in the arena on behalf of the American people, notwithstanding whatever disappointments may arise. That's the reality of life. That's certainly the reality of this place. But we're in this fight for all the right reasons. Because the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people is completely and totally out of control. Life hasn't gotten better for everyday Americans under Donald Trump and compliant Republicans. It's gotten worse. And the American people know it. And we've got to continue to stay in this fight until we end this national nightmare. And that's our commitment to the American people. We're in this fight until we end this national nightmare and can get back to a place where we continue America's long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. Thank you.
That was House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries talking about the ongoing government shutdown. We are going to step away briefly, but after that, we are going to play out some remarks from the Senate floor, as this is a live look right here at the Senate floor. The person at the podium who just finished was Senator Chuck Schumer. So we're going to play out his remarks as well as some others that we weren't able to get to because we were in that live event with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. So all of that coming up in just a moment.
That was this back here. All right, we are running. I have a few contracts that are up a couple 100%. How much are these puppies? Insane. Oh God. Wow. All right, we're gonna lighten the load. We got a couple few 100%ers. We gotta lighten the load a little bit. This one's at 185. Back up to 200, 120. Yeah, we gotta lighten. I mean, we're gonna let the runners run, but this is good. I got this one. I got this one for a good price. I got this for 13. They're 55 now. 55 a pop. We are gonna shave. Ugh, that's crazy. I'm so happy I got these. I'm so happy I got these. Mm. 271, 160. We're going up higher, 50. Yeah. Those are at 100%. That's nice. I got 10 of those. All right. Hopefully we can make a comma today. How much more money we got? We still got some bread. And we still got some bread too. We got some bread that we can spend. But we're gonna just manage these. I don't know. You see, I have 10 of these and they're at 100%. You know, do I want to cut them or run them? We're gonna run them. 300%. All right, so we're going up higher. So even if we hit 680, that'd be a nice little payday right there. My other contracts are in the money, so I'm theta proof, theta proof, theta proof, theta proof. Well, not really theta proof, but you know. So We shave. Money made. Money made. We still got some on the hook. You know what? Let's make these totally free. Free in principle. All right. So we sniped the trades. Now we turned in the risk manager. Now we want to look into some more trades.
Combination of innovation, speed, and long hours.
That was nice.
Through
That was
Build
really nice.
Canada
I was looking
Homes.
for the downside gap
Through
fill
Build
reversal,
Canada
but
Homes.
you know, when I seen it wasn't coming,
Build Canada Homes
you
is
know,
a
you
new entity.
fucking jump ship.
It leverages federal public lands.
I was
a
looking,
large
but not really
portfolio of
downside. Yeah,
projects,
yeah, downside
highly competitive
down. But you
financing
know, I figured it wasn't
to
going to
help
go down all the
create
way. But
scale
you know, I'm happy I played it. I
in
played
a
it
new
correct.
factory-built housing industry that can help Canada build millions more of affordable
Except
homes.
for that and that.
This is an industry that can
should've
cut
had
building
those
times
longer.
by 50%, reduce costs by 20%, and lower emissions by a further 20%. And it's consistent with Canada's history. Our history is one of adventurers, risk takers, and above all, builders. Our country was forged by Indigenous peoples and voyageurs who built vast trading networks from coast to coast to coast before the Americans had even left St. Louis. Following the Second World War, Canada was ambitious, determined, and united in a mission to build big things that would include the St. Lawrence Seaway, the Trans-Canada Highway, Expo 67, and the CN Tower. But Canadians also built new neighborhoods for hundreds of thousands of returning veterans. And we expanded our universities, such as UNB. UNB saw its enrollment almost double. En ce moment charnière, c'est à cette histoire de construction que nous devons revenir et que nous devons encourager. Because Canada is facing a hinge moment. The world's more divided and dangerous. The global trading system is being rewired, threatening Canadian jobs and businesses. The budget released last week, it estimates that U.S. tariffs and the uncertainty that they're costing Canadians represents around 1.8% of our GDP. Let me translate that. That's about $50 billion lost from our economy, the equivalent of $1,300 for every Canadian. And this is happening fast. It's a rupture, not a transition. And it means that our economic strategy needs to change just as dramatically and rapidly. That new strategy is at the core of Canada's new federal budget. The budget builds Canada strong by unleashing over $1 trillion in total investments in Canada over the next 5 years. Those investments alone will increase Canada's GDP by over 3.5%. Again, let me translate. That's $3,500 for every Canadian worker, more than twice of what the Americans are taking from us. And we are just getting started. Le budget 2025 est la nouvelle stratégie économique dont le Canada a besoin pour relever ce défi et en sortir encore plus fort. Un Canada confiant qui prend son avenir en main. Pour y arriver, on doit s'attaquer aux pressions économiques de longue date qui vont au-delà des droits de douane. Our budget makes generational investments to build at home, including right here in New Brunswick. Budget 2025 includes a new $5 billion Trade Diversification Corridors Fund, which will improve Canada's access to international markets by investing in new port, new airport, and railway infrastructure. And that means projects such as the St. John Trade Corridor and the critical minerals port at Port of Belledune. We're building one Canadian economy, turbocharged by new infrastructure that connects our regions, diversifies our markets, makes us an energy superpower, restores affordability to housing, and secures our community. Nous créons de nouvelles stratégies allant des minéraux critiques au train à très grande vitesse en passant par un nuage souverain. Afin de générer des dizaines de milliards de dollars d'investissements supplémentaires tout en créant les conditions d'une économie plus connectée et plus productive. Notre nouvelle stratégie industrielle de défense permettra de tirer partir de l'augmentation de plus de 80 milliards de dollars des dépenses de défense au cours des 5 prochaines années pour bâtir l'industrie canadienne. Et notre stratégie de compétitivité climatique contribuera à générer des centaines de milliards de dollars d'investissement dans les infrastructures nucléaires, hydroélectriques, éoliennes.
We are listening there to Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney as he is discussing the Canadian economy and also the U.S. tariffs. We were hearing from him in English, and now he is translating into French. What we're going to do is we're going to monitor this and, of course, hear what he says in English. And should he make, any major announcements, we will share that with you as he is now speaking in French. In the meantime, though, I did want to now pivot live to the Senate floor as there is a speaker. Let's listen in.
Tariff policy. But they are also continuing to struggle with the cost of health care because we are spending twice what any other industrialized country is spending to get a worse result. I know the president knows this, the president of the Senate knows this, because he's a doctor. And I've heard him talk about the condition of our healthcare system. Today in the United States, our life expectancy is 6 years shorter than it is in any of those industrialized countries. What greater indictment could there be of this system? In the 1970s, we had the same life expectancy as the rest of these countries. In fact, we were in the middle. And in the years since, we have fallen farther and farther and farther behind as we have spent more and more and more money. Because the system we have is so shot through with benefits for special interests, among other things, and a complete lack of transparency, which is a fancy way for saying that literally nobody has any idea what anything costs in our healthcare system. I know the presiding officer agrees with that. You can't tell what anything costs. When you show up to fill a prescription, when you're in the emergency room, we've worked together on the surprise billing issue, which is an important part of this. If you're a senior that's trying to get your prescriptions filled, you go from one pharmacy to the next to the next. I'll never forget, as long as I serve in public office, and probably for my lifetime, the conversation I had with senior citizens in Pueblo, where they basically were telling me that their entire retirement was spent fighting to get prescriptions filled that their doctors had assigned.
Oh my gosh, my side is killing me.
Seniors in other countries and other industrialized countries don't spend their retirements doing that. Only in the richest country in the world do seniors have to do that. And that's because a lack of transparency, a lack of clarity
we're bullish
is built
for,
into our healthcare system from top to bottom. But we took some important steps in the Affordable Care Act. I wish that it had included a public option. It didn't. I think that the rate of rise of our healthcare inflation would have been a lot less. And by the way, that is what the people that have looked at that bill and scored that bill over the years have said. We've been fighting for it now for a decade and a half. they've said that it would actually save the government money because it would lower healthcare costs. It would introduce some competition into our insurance market. And I'll say this to the presiding officer, he'd probably be amused by it. This is the one place where I really am a Bolshevik. I believe in universal health care for all Americans. I think we should provide that to people in this country as a right. There is no reason not to do it in the richest country in the world, especially if we can save half of the cost of health care that we're providing now. And families all over my state, all over Colorado, are fighting to get their kid the mental health care that they need, are fighting to get their parents the prescriptions that they have been prescribed, are fighting to hold on to their own health insurance because that also has become less and less affordable over the years. That is a fight that no one else in the industrialized world has to have. And I think it's important to point out that most of the people that I'm talking about, almost all the people that I'm talking about, are working for a living in this country and still can't afford health care, still can't afford the peace of mind that they know that if their kid breaks their leg on a hike or breaks their leg skiing or needs to have the benefit of a mental health counselor, that's something that our safety net provides. Because health care should be a right. It is a right. And whether you get it or not shouldn't be determined on how wealthy you are or where you live, Mr. President. And I think given the rhetoric that I hear out here sometimes about makers and takers and all that other stuff, it's important to point out that almost all the people that I'm talking about are working or taking care of children or are retired. We should have a universal health care system in this country. But in the meantime, Mr. President, we shouldn't be making matters worse, which is why this debate is so crazy. When we passed the Affordable Care Act without a single vote from the Republican Party in the House or the Senate, they said that they were going to make President Obama a one-term president. They said I was going to lose my Senate seat. In fact, I was asked on national television whether I would lose my Senate seat as a result of my vote on the health care bill, and I said, if that's the cost of being here for that period of time, it's worth it. I'm happy to lose based on that vote. And they ran ad after ad after ad during that campaign, attacking me for being the 60th vote for the Affordable Care Act. And because I survived and a couple other senators barely survived, we were able to preserve that bill, and 30 million people who would have lost their health insurance in America didn't lose their health insurance. And then the efforts in the House began to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And Mr. President, they voted, I lost count, I think it was 70 times to repeal the Affordable Care Act in the House of Representatives, at least 70 times. They never were able to do it, and the longer it was there, the more people came to see the benefits of the insurance protection, came to see the benefits of the expansion in Medicaid, came to see the benefits of at least having a little bit of comfort that they couldn't just throw you off your insurance because they felt like it. And now we have found ourselves in a debate related to the tax credits that so many Americans rely on to make the insurance just a little bit more affordable. I wouldn't say affordable. I'd say a little bit more affordable.
We're listening there live on the Senate floor. We do need to step away briefly, continuing our live coverage after that.
Long time. Breaking out the five.
Debate closes, I just want to say again, Mr. President, that the current system is in dire need of help. The American people are hanging on to their fingertips when it comes to the cost and availability of health care. There is no rich country in the world that doesn't have a universal system of health care. There is no rich country in the world that doesn't routinely supply access to doctors and primary care, access to mental health care for families and for kids, prescription drugs that don't cost an arm and a leg. It is not a pain point for those people in the different phases of their lives, much less a pain point every single day, which it is for the people that I represent in Colorado. So apparently President Trump is going to get his way, and those tax credits are not going to be extended by the majority here. And the cost of health insurance in Colorado is going to increase by 200% for some people, 300% for some people, 400% for people that are living in rural areas in my state. That's thousands and thousands of dollars to a typical family that just doesn't have that kind of money, Mr. President. And I just want to remind everybody in this chamber that when this debate is done, we still have a very important project that we need to be engaged with the American people. And that is to be able to provide a health care system like other wealthy and industrialized countries have provided, where people can count on their health care, where they know it's not going to cost them an arm and a leg, where they know in the course of their lifetime there are other things they can worry about, like the cost of their rent and the cost of food. But one thing we're going to do is take care of this problem, just as countries all over the world have taken care of it for their citizens. I wish I could say that the politics around health care have gotten better over the years that I've been here. They really haven't, Mr. President. But I think that the debate that we have had in this moment is going to serve to clarify who's fighting to try to make this system better for the American people and who's not. I guarantee you this, as long as we have President Trump and the White House and a majority of the Republicans in this chamber, we will never have political leadership that's fighting for universal health care, that's fighting for a public option that can be available to every single family in America. By the way, that's my proposal. It relies on everybody in America to make the best choice for their family. It's not something that would be imposed from here. It'd be the chance for every family to say, you know what, I'll stay with the private insurance I have, or actually I'd rather be on a system that's run by Medicare, where I know I'm going to have access to mental health care and health care for my family in a predictable way. And I'll just close. I can see my colleague from Massachusetts. I'll close by saying my heart especially aches for young people across this country, the people the age of my own daughters. I had a young woman ask me the other day, a recent graduate of Western State in Gunnison, Colorado. She said, I'm coming off my parents' insurance when after I'm 26. You'll remember we put that in the health care bill. Before that, there was no opportunity for people to stay on their parents' insurance. We did it. We said you get to stay until you're 26. But then she said to me, Senator, what am I supposed to do? Take 2 or 3 jobs to pay for my health insurance when I have to come off my parents' insurance? And I said, that is exactly the right question. That is a question that 26 and 27 and 28-year-olds are not having to ask in any other industrialized country in the world, only in the United States of America. Are we running a system where young people in their 20s have to decide between health insurance and their rent, or health insurance and food, or health insurance and the ability to put some money away to save for a house? And we should change that. I believe strongly that if we ever get to the point where we're expanding Medicare in this country, we should do it for the younger kids that are in their 20s first, because they've done absolutely nothing to design the system that they're inheriting. Mr. President, with that, I yield the floor.
We are listening in live to senators as they are debating the government shutdown. That was Senator Michael Bennet from Colorado. We're going to just take a moment to step away briefly, although we do see a new senator speaking, so let's continue to listen in.
Reopen, that public servants will be returning to work and that they will receive their paychecks, including back pay. And I'm also pleased that this deal will prevent Donald Trump from further delaying SNAP benefits for hungry children, senior citizens, and families. Using hungry people as political pawns, which is what Donald Trump has been doing, is disgusting. But this legislation does nothing concrete to lower costs or protect health care for millions of Americans from MAGA Republican attacks. There's 22 million Americans who are going to see dramatic increases in their health care costs at the end of this year. 22 million Americans who are going to be very concerned about the health care of their families. I cannot support this deal. I cannot support a deal that does not say to those 22 million American families, including 337,000 of them in the state of Massachusetts, that we have not been able to reach an agreement here because Republicans refuse to come to the table to talk about their health care costs that are about to skyrocket, and for many of those 22 million families, skyrocket out of the ability of those families to even have health insurance. And this is on top of their housing bills, their grocery bills, their electricity bills, all of their day-to-day needs that are absolutely skyrocketing. And of course, if they can't already deal with all of those other bills, seeing those bills skyrocket thousands of dollars for their health care or tens of thousands of dollars for their health care because of the Republicans' decision to kill critical Affordable Care Act tax credits are going to be devastating for those families. I have one constituent, Jeff from Natick, who right now, because of the health care tax credits, has a $30,000 bill for his stage 4 cancer drugs, lung cancer. If they expire, his bill is $300,000 a year. That's what we should be debating out here. And by the way, there are 22 million stories just like that that are about to hit American families. And this health insurance time bomb, coupled with deep cuts to Medicaid, will also be a brutal 1-2 punch which devastates community hospitals throughout the United States, leaving millions of Americans with reduced care or no care at all. So here's what we have right now. 22 million American families are starting to think about what's going to be on their table for Thanksgiving. Just coming up in 2-3 weeks. And for all of them, they're saying, we're losing the tax subsidies, the tax credits that help us to pay for our health care bills. 22 million Americans will have that as their primary conversation this Thanksgiving. The Republicans who serve in the House and Senate, they're not going to have that conversation because their health care coverage is going to continue. So what about those 22 million American families this Christmas, this Thanksgiving, who are losing their benefits? What are the Republicans saying to them? Because they're going to be scared. They're going to be angry that they will not be able to afford this holiday or any holiday in the future because their health care bills are just going to be going up by thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a year, which they don't have. And again, it's in the context of their electricity rates, their food costs, their clothing costs. Everything is skyrocketing for them. And they're not getting raises that will help them to pay for it. 22 million American families. So let me just tell you, I heard from Laurie in North Truro, the insurance for her and her husband is increasing from $6,000 a year to $26,400 a year.
All right, we're listening there live to the Senate floor as debate continues. Stepping away with a live look at Capitol Hill. We'll be right back.
sorry. So I picked up the 682s. I picked up 3 682s, and they're at 33 cents right now. Got a phone call. Hello? Okay. Okay, here I come. I'll be back. I'll be back. Oh. Bust down, Tatiana. Bust down. Let me go. Right hand. Ah. Ah. Oh, this hurts. This hurts. Oh, what did I do? Ah. So, ah. I was kind of MIA. Not really. I put in some trades before I went on break. Ah. I got the 682s real cheap. Ah. Got a bunch of those. They got to like 38 cent, 40 cent. I sold them. So that was like a 500, 600% right there. That breakout came at a different time frame today. No, it's right on point. I was just a little bit late to the mark. But we came out on top. I guess I can probably look for like a power hour play maybe. But we might be played out. We might be played out today. I didn't even have a Red Bull. stay on until we see this though. And then we have earnings. I'm tapping some earnings calls. Take the rest of these pills. I thought I'd take these. Ah. All right, yo, I'm out. Today was crazy. Towards the end, I actually bagged a 600 percenter. I could have bagged the 1500 percenter, but I was a little bit late to the mark. Tomorrow is the banking day, so the money could be tied up if I don't know. There's a possibility, but tomorrow is a banking holiday, so money can be tied up tomorrow. I don't know. But tomorrow can definitely be some moves. See you tomorrow bright and early, 9:15. We can probably stream all day. Same thing like we have been doing recently, you know. So thank you for coming by. Thank you.